Welcome everyone to another edition of Play It Through, and on this edition is Ys 4, The Dawn of Ys for the TurboGrafx CD, brought to us by Falcom. The fourth game in the Ys franchise, it actually has a pretty interesting history. There was two separate games created, The Dawn of Ys for the TurboGrafx CD, and The Mask of the Sun for the Super Nintendo. While both games share a similar storyline and characters and actually almost all of the same music, they are actually two different games developed by two different companies. As far as the storyline and canon goes for the series, they actually consider the Super Nintendo version to be canon. However, most fans of the series consider Dawn of Ys the better game of the two. Also, as far as timeline goes, this game takes place before the events of Ys 3. So here we go with Ys 4, The Dawn of Ys for the TurboGrafx CD. We start off with a nice cinematic cutscene that kind of sums up the events of Ys 1. After that pretty awesome intro, we get to our main title screen. Since the game was originally only in Japanese and I'm playing a fan translation to make all the text in English, they can't unfortunately make the dialogue in English. So, for all the voice acting that goes on throughout the game, you'll have to refer to the translation guide in my description of the video, and you can read along with all the dialogue as it goes through each scene. As the game begins, we see Dogi and Adol arrive in a new area.
アドル、もうすぐエステリアだ。しかし早いものだな。あれから2年も経つのか。きっとどこも変わっちまってるんだろうな。何よりもあの豪番のお頭がミネヤで店を始めたってんだから変わってねえわけがねえよな。早くこの目で見てえぜ。おお、そろそろバルバドの港に入るぜ。道義じゃねえか。それにそっちはアドルか。豪番のお頭、久しぶりじゃねえか。この野郎、黙って出て行ったきり2年間もどこほつけはってやった。何するんだよお頭。お頭が店を始めたって聞いて会いに来たっていうのに。そうか、だったら許してやるぜ。アドルもよく来てくれたな。ついてこいよ、みんな驚くぜ。二人とも元気そうじゃねえか。エステリアはすっかり変わっちまったぜ。それにしちゃお頭は昔のままじゃねえか。 それで本当に盗賊から足を洗ったのかね。まあ少し安心したけどな。
何言うんじゃねえ。盗賊からは足を洗ってもお前が俺の子分だってことは変わらねえんだからな。
調子いいなお頭は。もう勝手にしてくれや。
そのお頭ってのはやめろよ。今は取引所のゴーバンさんだぜ。
いやわねえな。
うるせえこんな野郎。みんな聞け。アドルたちが戻ってきたぞ。それじゃあ俺たちはオーマンの酒場にいるからな。みんなに挨拶したらお前も来いよ。
When we get control of Adol, we're first going to start off by visiting an old friend, so head over to the left and enter the house. After we talk to Sarah the fortune teller, I'm going to change my message speed all the way up, and also make sure that my normal speed of the game is set to fast instead of the normal slow. Once that's taken care of, we're now going to be heading over to the bar for some more cutscene.
そんでな俺は言ってやったんだよ。
勘弁してくれお頭。俺をひょっとして。お、やってきたな。
ようアドル遅かったじゃねえか。何難しい顔してるんだよ。さあここに座れよ。旅の話をたっぷりと聞かせてもらうぜ。いや今日は楽しかったな。さあ俺の店に行こうぜ。今日はゆっくり休んで明日は久しぶりのエステリアを見て回るといいね。さあ着いたぜ。ここが俺の店だ。遠慮しねえで入ってくれ。
開けてください。ゴーバンさん。
誰だこんな時間に。おおリリアじゃないか。
朝早くにすみません。アドルさんたちが戻ったと聞いて。
アドルさんたちじゃなくてアドルに会いたいんだろ。分かってるって。待ってろ今起こしてやるよ。おいアドルアドル。おいドギアドルはどこだ。
なんだよお頭。アドルならそこに。ん？おいアドル。どこに行ったんだ。アドルアドル。
力なしでは無理のようだな。
After the pretty long introduction, which also showed us the events of the forthcoming game in a pretty cool anime sequence, we now get control of Adol and the game really begins. Start off by opening the chest and we actually get a good variety of awesome armor. This is actually the best set of equipment in the entire game. But don't get too attached to it because we won't have it for too long. In East 4, it controls very similar to the first two games available on the TurboGrafx CD, meaning that you don't actually get to attack the enemies like we did in East 3, you instead walk into them in order to do damage. For the most part with these enemies, it's going to be simply just walking into them and hoping they don't hurt us before we hurt them. For the most parts with the combat, you'll find out that it's pretty easy to actually kill enemies in the game without taking too much damage, though you always have to be on your toes, because enemies can drain your health really quick and there's no recovery time. It's not recommended in the game to face an enemy head-on. Walking into an enemy directly head-on will usually cause you to take damage more times than they'll take damage. The best way to take out enemies is attacking them from the sides, or, when you're walking straight at them, just take one small step to the left or right and then walk into them, and you should be able to hit them multiple times and take them out. Like many games in the East series, there's a ton of grinding you're going to have to do in order to build your levels, and you need to or else you won't be able to do any damage to later bosses. Throughout the game, I'll show you the areas where I'm going to be grinding, and then I'll fast forward ahead till my grinding is done, so you don't have to sit there and watch me kill the same enemies 1,000 times. However, during the very beginning, as we're making our way to the first few areas, I'm going to be fighting a lot of enemies along the path just to gain those initial levels. For this area, since I'm showing where I'm going, I will show this. During these first initial areas while we're just walking our way along the path, you want to take out as many enemies as possible with the training since we have the best equipment at this time. And since we're about to lose the equipment, it's a good idea to use it while we have it. Like many other RPGs, mainly MMOs, you'll see that every time you gain a level, the enemies that you're fighting give you less and less experience, eventually getting down to just 1. So you can't just grind on the first few enemies and get your entire levels built up right from there. Well, I guess you could, but it would take you hours and hours and hours, and it's just best to continue along the game.
話しなさいよ。私が何をしたっていうの？
いいから来るんだ。
怪しいや
をしていたんだ？
だから道に迷ったって言ってるでしょ。話して。
ただの女がこんなところをうろついてるわけがないだろう。このおとなしく。なんだお前は。
さてはお前もこの女の仲間だな。お前らまとめて牢屋に放り込んでやる。
心配ないわ。気を失っているだけだから。私はカンナ。この峠を越えた先にあるアリエダの村に住んでいるの。とにかくここにいるのは危険よ。縁があったらまた会いましょう。
動くな。大将、レオ様と呼べ。このバカ者がまったく情けない。おい、そこの赤毛の小僧、逃げられるとでも思っているのか。ちょうどいい。お前に我が軍の力を見せてやろう。例のものを持ってこい。はっ。出て見たか。全ては力の前に屈するのだ。これ以上逆らえば今度はお前を吹き飛ばすからな。おい、相手の武器を取り上げて牢屋に放り込んでおけ。
After meeting two of the main characters of the game, Karna, who as you can see is a pretty cool swordsman, as well as you meet General Leo, who is one of the main antagonists of the game.
やっと仲間がやってきたか。退屈で死にそうだったんだよ。俺はデュレンってんだ。港町を歩いてたら酔った兵士に絡まれた上に目つきが悪いって理由で捕まって今日で3日目だぜ。まったくどうせあんたもそんな口だろう。
Here we also get to meet During for the first time, another one of the main characters, and he's one of the more interesting characters we'll see throughout the game. After seeing there's no way for us to get out currently, Adol decides to lay down in the bed until eventually Karna busts through and saves us.
静かにして。今鍵を壊すわ。
なんだか知らねえが、とにかくありがてえや。
静かにしてって言ってるでしょ。さあ、こっちよ。
When Durin runs off, he leaves Karna and Adol to take out all the Romulan Empire soldiers that appear. After battling them, Karna and Adol escape from the Romulan Empire castle. Karna runs off and you now get control of Adol again. The equipment we picked up while inside of the castle is the lowest equipment in the game, which is to be expected. Interestingly enough though, you can use this equipment later on in the game to sneak back into the castle. While out here, I do suggest gaining a level or two by fighting the Cyclops enemies as well as those weird purple centipedes. Over to the left is a cave that we'll be exploring very soon, but for right now we're actually going to be wanting to go south into one of the main towns of the game. When you arrive in the town, head over to the house on the right.
おい、アドル君じゃないか。こんなところで会えるとはな。覚えてるかい？私だよ。ランスの村の医者、フレア・ラルだよ。私はここにセルセタの原種というものを探しに来たんだ。なんでもそれは万能の薬の原料になるらしいんだがね。だが外は魔物だらけだし、しばらくここに住まわせてもらっているんだ。とにかく君を村長に紹介しよう。村長の家まで来てくれよ。
After the cutscene, head over to the left and enter the next house. The mayor gives us the mine keys, so now we can actually enter that mine or cave to the left of the town that we saw earlier. So that's where we'll be heading, which is the first dungeon of the game. One way to make sure that you don't have to grind too much in the game is if you see an enemy, just fight them and take them out as soon as you see them. Fighting everything along your path, you should be able to gain a good amount of experience overall, and that should cut down on the amount of grinding you'll have to do later on. Inside of the first dungeon, or the mine, you can see that it's pretty dark with only a small bit of light around Adol to see where you're going. Thankfully there's not too many paths to take, but even with only a few paths you can still get lost inside of here. The worst enemies are the rock enemies that sit still when you walk up to them. Hitting them multiple times is pretty easy, but when they're in a confined space, you can end up walking into them and get overlapped on them, and end up getting yourself hit a lot of times. There is one important item that we need to collect while inside of this mine, however we can't open the chest for it yet. So while wandering around, if you end up finding a locked chest that you can't open, just remember where it's located because we'll be coming back here relatively soon to pick it up. For the most part, when we get into these dungeons, I won't go every step of the way telling you to go left, then right, then left. So, pretty much just follow along with the video on the paths that I take so you can make your way through each of the floors. Thankfully though, like I said, there isn't too many paths during this mine, so it shouldn't be too troublesome to get through. When you finally make it to the end of the path though, you'll end up facing the first boss of the game. I don't recommend going into the boss with low health, or at least without having in the item selection screen selected the herb. The first boss is this weird giant spider, and you can see it has kind of this protruding sac out of its mouth at start, and then it goes behind it every time you hit it. What you'll have to do is run around it and keep hitting it over and over again. If you get into a nice pattern, you can actually just keep going in a circle around the boss, and you can keep hitting it over and over. If you have too much trouble at the current level we are, of course you can always do some more training. Just be sure to save outside of each and every one of the boss battles, so in case you end up dying, you can end up starting right there outside the boss battle, do your training, and then go back in. If he ends up getting too close to one of the walls and you feel like you're about to get squashed while running in a circle around them, just go back around the other way and kind of draw them out a little bit from the wall, and then continue the pattern of going in a circle. Like many boss battles in the East series, they can take a long time, especially if you're not a really high level. But when you get low, he'll start moving a little bit faster, so just be sure to run around a little bit farther each time you make a circle. Once he's taken out, you can enjoy the cutscene.
闇の一族がスラム様の墓をお守りせねば。
レムノス、どうしてあなたがこんな姿に。とにかくこのままでは死んでしまうわ。アドルさん、レムノスは私たちが村まで運ぶから、あなたも気をつけて戻って。
After the cutscene is over, we're not taken directly out of the mine. We actually have to now backtrack all the way through it to get out of it. Just like all the other boss battles in previous games, you gain all your health back, as well as you gain all your magic back when we actually get the magic abilities. We also gain a really good amount of experience, usually gaining me at least one level per boss battle. When we make it outside of the mine, head back to the town. When you make it back in town, go near the hospital. During the cutscene, we find out about a hidden treasure located in Solano's tomb. Before we head there, we're going to go to the shop and buy ourselves the new sword, as well as the new armor. Unfortunately, we won't have quite enough to buy the plate mail yet, but just remember they sell it here and we can end up getting it later if you want. Be sure after you buy all your new equipment each and every time that you actually equip it, because it won't obviously do you any good without it being equipped. Now we're going to head outside of town to the left to a new area of the game. Throughout here you'll find a mountain and you'll end up finding Karna laid out on the ground. Take out the enemy that appears and wake up Karna. Karna now joins us for the next area of the game, which is a good and bad thing. The good thing is she can't be killed, as well as she can actually take out all enemies really easily. The bad thing is, though, if she ends up defeating an enemy, you don't get any of the experience for it. So while you're trying to gain some levels during this next area, it can be a little bit difficult, especially if Karna ends up hitting that last hit on an enemy. There's a good amount of different paths that we'll see during this area, and don't worry if Karna ends up getting stuck behind a rock or something. She'll end up running into you or getting back to you very soon, and if you change screens, she's instantly right there. After we make it into the next area of this place, continue walking around and head to the south, and this will allow you to go through the winding paths to make it to the next area. When you're going through here and Karna is off screen, don't be surprised if you see the enemy status bar keep flashing, because Karna will still keep attacking enemies even if she's off screen. When you make it to the top, head left to the next section. All the way over to the left is a treasure chest that contains the treasure box key. Remember I mentioned that there was a chest inside of the mine that you couldn't open yet? Well, this is the key that you need in order to actually open it. And while you can go back to the mine at any point during the game, I recommend actually going back there now. Yeah, it's a little bit of a long trek to do all that backtracking and get back to the mine, but it ends up being pretty much worth it because it contains the power ring, which gives you a boosted attack power at all times while wearing it. Before we head all the way back there though, I'm going to stop by this treasure chest in the lower left corner. It contains the matok which we'll need in order to open up another section when we come back here in just a little bit. Once you open up that chest though, continue backtracking all the way back out until you get back to the mine area. If you've taken a lot of damage during the previous area or any time during the game, you can stop by the hospital inside of the town and get a healing for a very minimal amount of gold. When you're back inside the mine, head through a new path that we hadn't taken the first time, and you'll find a treasure chest that's locked, containing the power ring. Be sure to equip it right away. Once you have the power ring, backtrack out of the mine and go all the way back into the lava area. If you've been able to gain a good amount of gold while going through that lava area the first time, you may have enough gold in order to buy the new armor, the plate mail. It only costs 600 gold, so if you have that amount at this point, buy it and be sure to equip it, and now we have the second set of all the armor. Once you make it back to the bridge you crossed in order to get the treasure box key, select the Matak and use it, and you'll end up breaking the ground apart and it'll create a bridge in the area below. And if you enter the area just south of the previous one, you see that now a bridge has been formed with all the rocks. You can now run across and make it to the next section of this area. After traveling through a lot of winding paths in this lava-filled area, eventually you'll come to a temple which you can enter, and that's the location of the next boss battle. After Adol opens up the door, head inside. We'll be heading to the south room and up the stairs to get to the next boss battle, but before we do that, walk around this area a few times fighting these fire enemies to gain a level or two. After you gain a few levels, head up the stairs and you'll enter the chamber for the next boss battle. Don't worry, Karn is not going to be joining you, so this is all you versus the boss. This boss is definitely tougher than the first one that we fought in the game. Do your best to watch out for his projectiles, and you'll have to wait for an opening to actually do damage to him. When he falls apart and just becomes the armor floating around with his main fire part being on the ground, that's your opportunity to run in and attack. And that's why we need to gain the levels that we did, because we won't have too many opportunities to actually do damage, so when you do that damage, you want to do a lot. There's a lot of projectiles going on during this fight, the axes flying at you as well as the fireballs. Just try to do your best, and with the added levels you should be able to have just enough health to be able to survive this battle. Be sure once again to equip the herb before entering the boss battle so you can use that at any time in case your health gets really low. Once it's taken care of, you'll regain your health, probably gain a level, and you'll get to the next series of cutscenes. After defeating the boss, we get the fire magic, our first spell of the game, as well as we also get our first amount of MP based on whatever level we currently are. Then head outside the temple for some more cutscene.
簡単に開けてしまうとはな。まあありがたいことだが、
お前たちが闇の一族。
そうと、俺はガディス。おとなしく杖を渡すんだ、可愛いお姉ちゃんよ。
私はバミー。別に抵抗してもいいんだよ。どっちにしろお前たちはここで死ぬんだからね。
そして私がグルーダだ。その魔法の杖の存在が邪魔なのだ。我々の野望を実現するためにはね。バミー、やれ。
うまく避けたね。でも後ろの壁をよく見てみな。驚いたかい？私には何でも魔物に変える力があるのさ。私の可愛い魔物たちを、こいつらを殺しちまいな。
Before they leave, Bambi unleashes a few of these weird purple monsters for us to deal with, before we're actually able to escape here.
なかなかやるじゃないか。だけど今度は外さないよ。お前らを醜い魔物に変えてやる。なんだ。
After our enemies leave, the area will shake a little bit and we'll be back outside of the temple.
私たちも早く逃げましょう。
Once we're back outside though, we will have to do a lot of backtracking as we make our way all the way through this lava area once again to get back to that main town that we started at. You'll be traveling to Arida, or the Fire Town, a lot throughout the game, and once you get back there, we can actually go through a couple more cutscenes before heading to the next area. Outside the area, you'll be introduced to another character of the game, the dove named Roos. Now you can summon Roos at any point in the game by using the wind flute that Karna gives you. While for the most part this is a way to keep in contact with Karna, and Roos will deliver you letters from her as well as some other characters later on in the game to tell you what's been going on while she's not with you. Also with Roos, there's items that you get later on in the game that you can mix together. In order to get some of these items, you'll have to summon Roos in order to actually get them at different areas. That can be a little bit troublesome as they appear randomly, but that's the only way to get those items.
そして怪力の男がです。一番厄介なのがバミーという女だ。あいつの妖術にかかって俺もあんな姿に。とにかく気をつけてくれ。今はそれしか言えない。
After talking to the mayor, as well as finding out a little bit more about the guy who got turned into that weird spider we fought in the mine, head outside to the town to the left. Instead of going north though, we'll now be going to a path to the south into a forest area. Once you get off the path, head over to the left, fighting some snakes along the path, and head to the upper left. This is the entrance to the forest. This forest area is actually pretty confusing. There's 2 different levels to it that you enter onto each level by going through a cave. When you enter one of these caves, it takes you to kind of the top layer where you can see all the trees are located, with the bottom layer being the dirt where the roots are located. You'll probably get lost during this area, as you can see that it's pretty difficult to go through, and I even get lost while making my way through this place. Our main goal while traveling through this area is to make it to the next town of the game, as well as that next shrine where we can get our next magic spell. The enemies during this section, the giant plants as well as the snakes, really move slowly, and this will give you a great opportunity to be able to hit them a couple of times without them actually bunching up on you or getting you stuck on a wall and doing damage to you. Also, with the levels that we gained at the previous area, you'll notice that they aren't going to be giving us too much experience while we're here. Once you make it to a giant tree, enter inside of it and start climbing up the different amounts of staircases in order to actually enter the village itself. Once you're in the village, head over to the right and enter the first house. Enter the tree in the northern right corner after you finish the cutscene with the mayor of the town. Once you enter the tree, you'll be in another treehouse type area, with this time with enemies though. The scorpion enemies move rather quickly, so you'll have to be careful, especially considering you'll fight them on very small platforms. This gives them the advantage to get kind of stuck and do a good amount of damage to you. Enter the tree on the far right side by going up the right staircases for another cutscene. You'll find out more about the ancient winged race of Ys.
アドル・クリスティンよ。すべては悠久なる過去に端を発する。お前にこの地の真の歴史を伝えよう。我が思念を受け取るがよい。遠い昔、大いなるドゥアール界の小さな大陸に一つの国家が誕生した。その国の名はエルディーン。巨大な翼をその背に持った有力人たちの王国。エルディーンは天より授かりし大いなる力の源、太陽の仮面の加護により1000年と7ヶ月の間栄えたという。しかしある時、エルディーンは謎の大災厄に見舞われ、理想郷と謳われた大地は一夜にして海中深くへと没してしまう。その原因を知る者は誰一人としていない。エウロペの南部セルセタ地方、わずかに生き残ったエルディーン人たちはかつての栄華をしのぎつつ、太陽の仮面とともにこの地に逃れる。未開の地であったセルセタはエルディーンの進んだ技術の恩恵を受け、やがて大陸でも有数の穀倉地帯へと変貌していった。だが豊かさは人々の心に堕落と果てなき欲望を生み出した。セルセタはいくつもの小国に分裂し、互いに争うようになったのである。戦乱のセルセタをその圧倒的な武力によって統一したのは、謀略と圧政によって後に殺戮王と恐れられたアレムという男であった。かくしてセルセタは混迷の時代を迎えるのである。私が伝えられるのはここまでじゃ。このセルセタには私を含めて3人の賢者がいる。すべての伝承を聞き終えた時に、この地に秘められた謎の全貌が明らかになるじゃろう。さあ行くがよい。
After the cutscene, talk to the woman and you'll get the Orb of Darkness, which we'll need later on. After the cutscene is over, head down the different staircases until you get back to the base of the tree. However, instead of re-entering the tree to get back to the village, this time head over to the left and start climbing this side. There's also walking tree type enemies that can be a little bit of a pain, but not as bad as the scorpions. At the top, climb up the stairs and enter the tree, and if you need it, grab the root of fruit on the right side, which if you use will replenish your MP at any time. This root of fruit will keep reappearing each and every time you grab it and exit the area, so if you need to pick up another one for free, you can always come back here and grab it. The next area is now a treetop area filled with rain this time. Interesting that it's raining up here, but not on any of the other streams. Make your way through the winding path and work your way up to the top. The enemies here move pretty fast just like the scorpions and can hit you a good amount just like them, so be careful while traveling up. When you make it to the top, if you want some health, head to the right and pick up the chest and an herb will be inside. Even if you already have an herb in the game, it'll allow you to actually use the herb right away to replenish your health back to full before we enter the boss battle. Unfortunately, the enemies respawn there, so I still end up losing health before I make it to the boss chamber. The next boss, however, is a lot easier than the one we just fought in the fire area. Be sure to equip your fire magic for the first time before entering this boss battle, because it's the only way you can hurt him. This begins a long series of boss battles where you can only really use the fireball, which is an advantage and a disadvantage, because usually it'll take a little bit longer to beat them, but you have the advantage to be able to attack from a distance and not have to get right up close to the boss. He flies around launching his feathers at you below. Just be sure to dodge in and out of them the best you can, but thankfully with the level we currently are, you should be able to dodge a good amount of them, and even if they hit you, they do only a little damage. When he's in his fire form, you won't be able to hurt him. Also be sure to dodge to the left or right when he flies upwards, as he'll get ready to do a big diving attack downwards. Anytime he ends up hovering on the left or right side, this gives you a great opportunity to keep unleashing fireballs at him using the button just mashing it, or using your turbo button on the TurboGrafx controller in order to unleash a lot of fireballs real quick and defeat the boss. Once he's done, you'll replenish your health as well as your magic and gain a level before you end up getting teleported back and get your next spell. For completing the boss, we get the Altar Magic, which you actually may remember from East 2. In East 2, you use that magic in order to transform into this weird yellow creature, which we get to do here. This allows you actually to take no damage from enemies because they actually see you as a monster and allow you to talk to them, giving you little hints here and there on helping you get through the next area. You'll also need it a few times throughout the game in order to talk to an enemy in order to actually get him to move, as well as you can use it to swim. Adol can't swim in his normal human form, but when he transforms into a monster, he gets that ability. Head back down the tree to the village and talk to the mayor again. Once that scene is over, start heading back down the tree to get back to the forest area below. Once down here, instead of going directly back down, head to the left and we'll make it to another area and continue on. Over here to the left, you'll see a weird creature sitting on the bank of a river. Use your altar magic and talk to him. He'll ask you to go get him an item, which is actually very useful to go get it for him right now because it ends up giving you the next sword. Thankfully, you don't have to actually use the spell, you just equip it. Along also with the rotor ring that we got, be sure to equip both of them, and this way your MP will not drain at all while you're using the altar spell. The item he needs is a rune seed, which isn't too far from where we currently are. So after talking to him, head over to the right and you'll see a bank on the river where you'll be able to actually enter and start swimming. At any point, if you actually want to fight the monsters on the area, just de-equip your ring or your magic for a brief period of time and take out the enemies before re-equipping it to continue swimming. After working our way through a little bit of the waterway, we'll come to a bridge and we'll find the rune seed. Once you have it, go back to our friend and give it to him. After making it back to him, talk to him and he'll move out of the way, allowing you to get access to the left area beside him. Walk over there and press the button and you'll end up finding something buried. Dig it up and you have yourself the next sword in the game, the broadsword. By talking to the enemies throughout the game, besides giving you a hint, you'll find out that a lot of them really don't like Adol, as he's a merciless butcher according to this enemy. Head back to around where the seed was and continue over to the left now. This will take us in the direction of the next town of the game.
グルーだ。あの赤毛の剣士がタリムの力まで解放しちまったみたいだぜ。
そうか。奴がこの調子で力をつけていくと厄介だ。
あの時殺しておけば。
今度見つけたら絶対に逃がしはしね
まだこの辺りをうろついてるはずだよ。
まあ待て、そこまで焦ることはない。一旦聖域に戻るぞ。事の次第をあの方に報告するのだ。
また報告かい？なんでいちいちあいつの指示を仰がなきゃいけないんだよ。
だからいつも言ってるだろう。まずはあいつの信用を得るのだ。そうすれば。
ああ、分かってるよ。言われた通りにするよ。
After the cutscene with our 3 favorite enemies, continue to the north and you'll come to a bridge. Walk across the bridge and it'll end up breaking as the guy ends up destroying it, and you'll fall down to an area below.
やはり追ってきたか。どこにも逃げ場はないぞ。さあ、どうす死ぬしかないんだよ。
大丈夫？まあ、怪我をしているわ。ちょっと動かないで。一体どうしたのですか？谷底まで落ちていたら命がないところでしたよ。さあ、もう大丈夫です。それでは私はこれで。
After falling, we meet another character of the game, Lisa. She fixes up Adol by using her bandana, then continue up north, up a whole bunch of staircases, and eventually you'll run into Lisa again.
あら、あなたは。そういえば自己紹介がまだでしたね。私はリーザ。この先のラパロの村に住んでいます。まだ傷が痛むでしょう？しばらくここで休んでいくといいですよ。この丘は私のお気に入りの場所なんです。ほら、ここから見える樹海はとっても綺麗でしょ。子供の頃から悲しい時にはいつもここに来て 景色を眺めることにしているんです。こうしていると心が少しずつ安らいでくる。あの方のことも少しの間だけ忘れられる。あ、ごめんなさい。こんなお話ししちゃって。あまり無理をなさらない方がいいですよ。それではお気をつけて。
After the cutscene with her, head over to the left. Here we'll actually have to fight some enemies again, so either use your herb to heal yourself back up or just be very precautious, as your health's going to be low after you made that fall. Thankfully though, even though the enemies are a little bit fast, they aren't too difficult to fight. The red enemies that spit fireballs are a great way to gain experience, and at any point if your health gets low, just stand still for a few seconds. Since we're in an open outside area, your health will actually slowly regain. When we make it to this little open area right here, I recommend regaining your health as well as fight some enemies to gain a level. Once you gain some experience, head over to the left and continue on towards the town. With the gained experience we have so far, we should be able to take out some of the enemies now with one hit in this area. Watch out for stray fireballs from those red enemies, as they can go a pretty far distance and be off screen when they fire them, so they can end up running into you when you're not expecting it. Eventually you'll make it to Laparo Village. Once here, head over and talk to the elder of the village first. Then, head over to the armory and buy yourself the new armor as well as the new shield. It will cost a little bit of money, but you should have plenty in order to buy both of them. Head down to this house and talk to Schultz, the father of Lisa. Once we've completed the cutscenes, regain your health if you like, if you've taken a good amount of damage, and head down just a few of the staircases, and instead of going back down to the right, head over to the left and you'll be able to make it to a new area. The first area will have rain and lightning. Just head straight north and be sure to watch out for some of these night enemies that may get in your way along this path. When you head north more, head inside the temple. We're now inside the Earth Temple. Once inside, you'll see brand new enemies, so be very careful of them at first. The rotating blue fireballs are a great enemy to fight to gain some experience at this point. To start off in this area, head over to the right and go underneath the arc. This place is definitely confusing, so be very careful and watch closely for which doors I end up entering in order to get to the next areas. Eventually, I end up finding a treasure chest with an herb inside of it to completely replenish my health. In this hallway, you'll find something laying on the floor, and this is the Earth Charm. Once you have that item, continue on to the north and head down the stairs. Over here to the right, you'll find the Shield Ring, which, just like the Power Ring, instead of giving you more attack, this one's going to give you more defense while wearing it. And it's actually recommended to use it, and some people prefer that instead of using the Power Ring. Once you have that, head north and you'll find Lisa. Watch out for the tentacles and be sure to equip the equipment you want, including your items, and then enter the door for the next boss fight. This giant tentacle beast is a pretty tough fight. You can only hurt him by using your fireballs, and you can only hurt him when his head's up. Stay out of the reach of his tentacles at all times because they do a lot of damage. When his head goes down below, he'll end up firing out these shell, weird volcano-like creatures that start hopping around. Thankfully, they only take one fireball to kill. I recommend keeping one on screen though for a while, because he won't be able to produce any more as long as there's one on screen left from the previous amount. This ends up being one of those really long boss fights in the game, so be prepared to be here for a while. During fights like these, it's better to be overly precautious, so you want to keep staying out of the way and don't try to risk too many fireballs at one time and have the opportunity to end up getting hit by them or end up running into them by trying to get too close in order to unleash more fireballs more quickly. It'll take a long time, but once she's finally destroyed, you'll see him melt, gain her health and magic back, and now we have another cutscene with Lisa.
動くな。自分からのこのこやってくるとはバカなやつだ。さあ、おとなしくその2本の杖をこっちに渡すんだ。何と交換かは分かってるな。
ダメよ、この人たちの言いなりになったわ。
うるさい。抵抗しなければこの女は離している。ガディス、それでよいのだ。さて、それではそこで見ているがよい。この女が死ぬところをな。
相変わらず卑怯なやつだな、グルーダ。デュレン、なんでお前がこんなところに。黄金の都を探しに来たってのに、こんなところで昔の仲間に会うとはな。元闇の一族のデュレン様を舐めてもらっちゃ困るぜ。
一族を逃げ出した臆病者がのこのこと現れやがって。お前らまとめてぶっ殺してやるよ。
待てバミ、魔法の杖は手に入れたのだ。これ以上こいつらに関わるのは時間の無駄だ。行くぞ。
ごめんなさい、私のせいであなたの大事なものを。
おいおいおい、一体どうなってんだよアドル。黄金なんてどこにもねえじゃねえかよ。まったくがっかりさせるぜ。おっと言っとくが、俺はもう奴らとは関係ねえんだぜ。闇の一族とはとうの昔に手を切ったんだ。おうおう、信じる信じねえはお前の勝手だがな。とにかくあいつらの後を追うぜ。俺はこの姉ちゃんを守りながら行くから、お前が先に行ってくれ。
リーザか。もうここへは来るなと言ったはずだ。ほほう、君がアドル・クリスティンか。私の名はエルディー。高貴なる有力人の末裔。君の噂は聞いているよ。イースを救った英雄に会えるとは私も光栄だ。その君に見せたいものがある。イースでの戦いを思い返してくれ。君が倒したダウムとかいう魔物はこんな姿ではなかったかね。驚いたかい。君たちが黒い真珠と呼んでいたこの石にまた会えるとは思わなかった。我ら有力人はこれを物言う石と呼んでいる。物言う石は古代よりの知識を受け継ぎ、魔法の力を生み出す。だが勘違いしてもらってもこの石は大いなる力を受け取るただの道具に過ぎないんだ。そして今、この物言う石の持つ力が私の体に宿る時が来た。見るがよい。 これで物言う石の力は全て我がものとなった。素晴らしい気分だ。もはやこんなものは必要ない。砕けろ。お、石が。だがこれで終わったわけではない。この私が大いなる力の源である太陽の仮面と一体になった時、全ては達成されるのだ。その時こそ世界が私の前にひれ伏すだろう。もうこの聖域に用はない。アドル、その悪あがきをこの辺で終わりにさせて。死ね。アドル。これで邪魔者はいなくなった。さあ行くぞ。
気がついたんですね。ここは私の家です。気を失ったあなたをデュレンさんがここまで運んでくれたんです。それからデュレンさんはあの3人を追うと言って出て行きました。父の手術からあなたにお話しすることがあります。どうかお聞きください。
リーザを助けていただき感謝の言葉もありません。アドルさん、あなたならこのセルセタを救えるかもしれない。私たちの秘密をお話ししましょう。聖域に住む有力人。先祖代々私の家系は彼らを世話する役目を負っていたのです。
それがこの私が聖域に通っていることは父と村長以外村の人たちには秘密なのです。
あの方が聖域に住んでいる理由は私にもわかりません。ただ言えるのはあの方が最後の有力人であるということ。
エルディール様は以前はとても心の優しいお方でした。こんな私でも訪ねていくと喜んでくれたし、つまらない話でも熱心に聞いてくださいました。ただあの方のおそばにいるだけで私は幸せだったんです。ところがある時期からあの方の様子が変わってしまったんです。黙ったままずっと考え込んでいたり、どこかに出かけたまま何日も帰ってこなかったり、最近ではほとんど会ってもくれませんでした。
そのことを娘から聞いて思ったのですが、あの方が変わり始めた頃というのはちょうどこの地に闇の一族が現れた時期と一致するのです。彼らがあの方に何かを吹き込んだことは間違いないでしょう。
お願いです、アドルさん。闇の一族を倒しエルディール様を、いえ、このセルセタを救ってください。
After the long series of cutscenes, head back and talk to the mayor or the elder of the village, and you'll end up getting another whistle. We need this in order to enter the desert place that we'll be going to next. During that long cutscene, a lot happens, and you're pretty much introduced to one of the main villains of the game. This ends up being one of those ancient winged race members known as Eldil. He's the last of his race, and you find out also he used to be a love interest of Liza. After talking to the Elder and getting the whistle, we also find out our next destination is Libra Village. So head outside and go back to the ruins of the area we were before. To make it to the new area, head back north towards the temple. However, you'll find out that the gate next to the temple is actually open now, whereas previously it wasn't open until we completed the temple. The next area of the game, not unexpectedly, is the desert area of the game. This area has a lot of flowing sand that pulls you in the direction that it's flowing. At the very beginning, head over to the right and get onto the second platform. On here you'll fight a giant dragon type enemy. This is a great place to train, and I recommend gaining a couple of levels here. Once you gain enough levels, head over to the right. All the way over to the right, you'll find a treasure chest. It'll take a little bit of getting used to actually walk through the sand properly, but it's definitely not too difficult. All the way over to the right is the chest that contains an herb, so if you've done a lot of damage to yourself fighting that dragon over and over again, this is a great way to replenish it. When you make it to the main land below, head over to the right and you'll end up being to a sand temple type area. However, you actually can't enter the temple yet. Talk to Durin, and after talking to him, he'll tell you about these broken pillars. Remember the item that we got from the Elder? Well, we can actually use it on the second broken pillar here, and by using it, it'll end up opening the area that we can enter and enter the sand temple. Once inside this area, Durin ends up running off and we enter the dungeon itself. This ends up being a pretty short dungeon overall before you end up fighting the boss battle of it and get it done with. Head up the giant staircase here and enter the boss battle, and it's time to enter one of the easiest boss battles of the game. This boss is a giant weird dragon sand creature, and you can only hurt it by attacking its tail. Since we had our magic stolen earlier in the previous fight, we won't be able to use it against this boss anyway. When he's sitting still, he will launch some projectiles at you, but since they do very little damage, just focus on walking back and forth on the tail and do a lot of damage to him. He then does all these jumps in and out of the sand. As long as you stand pretty much still in this one spot, he won't be able to ever hit you with this, and you just have to wait for him to get done, so his tail pops back up and you can actually attack him again. With our level, this boss battle is a lot easier than the previous one, and also better than that, it ends up going a lot quicker than the previous boss fight. Once he's defeated, we get another cutscene in our next spell.
私はミーセルセタの守護神レファンス様の使命剣士よ封じられし力が放たれた時この大地は人と木々の叫びで満ちるでしょう正義の意志の前に越えられぬ壁はないあなたに瞬時にして空間を渡る力を託します
We now have the warp magic, and this ends up being one of the best spells in the game because it allows you to warp. It allows you to backtrack to any of the previous towns you've already been to. So this allows us to easily jump back and forth to some of the areas that we're going to have to travel through, so we don't actually have to go there by foot. To the right of the temple is another sand area, but this time we actually have to head north instead of heading south through the different sand that's trying to pull you towards the bottom. It'll take a little bit of practice, but you should be able to make it through with relatively no trouble. In this area, start fighting the golems and keep beating them over and over again. This is another good area to gain a level in case you didn't gain as many levels by fighting the dragons earlier on. However, since I'm at a pretty good level, I'm not going to spend too much time there at the moment. When we make it to the next town, Libra Village, we find out about Jeff. Now this kid ends up being a huge pain for us during the game, and for the first time we actually have to save him from an ice place. Before heading there though, instead go back to the very first town of the game. You should have enough money now to buy the best equipment available to you in this town. So buy yourself the Reflex Armor as well as the Gladius, and then teleport yourself back to Libra Village. We now have the whole set of the fourth set of equipment. Once back at Libra Village, head over to the left and work your way to the north in order to make it to the snowy place. In order to make it to the snow-filled mountain, you'll have to go up this very long path, and walking sideways in a diagonal way is the best way to get up here. Once up here, you'll find these Yeti enemies, which end up being pretty good experience right now. I recommend gaining a level before continuing on to fight the boss of this place. Once you've gained a level, continue up north, continuing along this path. At the top of it, enter the cave. After fighting through a few more enemies, you'll make it to another cave opening. Just be very careful not to lose too much health during this area because the next boss is really tough that we have to fight. After Jeff's dad can't unleash Jeff from the ice, walk into it a few times and the creature ends up emerging, and now it's time for the next boss battle. Like I said earlier, this boss battle is one of the toughest so far in the game. The only way you can hurt him is by hitting the crystal that he's actually inside, not the crystal containing Jeff or any of the other smaller ones. However, they all can do damage to you. After flying around aimlessly for a few seconds, they end up forming a giant circle. Every once in a while the circle will slow down that they're rotating in, and this will give you an opportunity to maybe get one hit quickly on him. He'll then go outside of the ice form and you won't be able to hit him here either. You'll have to run around dodging all the icicles as they fall from the ceiling. Once he goes back inside, this is your opportunity to once again start doing some damage to him. This ends up being another one of those really long, drawn-out fights in the game, because you do so little damage, even with the level we currently are, that it takes so long to dodge and you have a very small window to actually attack him during. Once he's finally defeated, we can save Jeff from his icy prison.
どうもありがとう。僕はリブラの村のティム。お礼にいいことを教えてあげるよ。この先には昔ウェヌスの村があった場所があるんだけど、そこに一軒だけまだ人が住んでる家があるんだ。そこには偉い賢者様が住んでるって話だよ。一度訪ねてみたら？それじゃあ今度一緒に遊んでね。
では剣士殿、わしらはリブラの村に戻ります。いつでも立ち寄ってくだされ。
Instead of going back to Libra Village right away, instead head to the north. There's only one house for you to enter up here, and once you enter it, you'll have another good cutscene giving you some more history about the game.
選ばれし剣士よ、私の名はエンゾ。セルセタの伝承は我々賢者の肉体を借りて時を渡る。目を閉じよ。そして我が心の声を受け入れるのだ。
殺戮王アレムの圧政の下で国土は疲弊し、人心は乱れた。力だけが全てを支配する暗黒の時代、誰もが恐怖と共に日々を過ごしている。そんな中、アレムに対抗すべき運命を背負った勇者レファンスが現れ、彼は流浪の旅で出会った仲間たちと共に正義と友愛の旗の下、アレム打倒のため立ち上がった。比類なき力を誇る猛将スラブ、地に秀でた精霊使いカリン、大地の呪術師ミーユ、時を司る賢者ラディ、光の現実師トリス。後にご中心と呼ばれる彼らと共に勇者レファンスはアレムの軍勢に戦いを挑んでいった。熾烈を極めた戦いの末、レファンスはついにアレムの軍勢を打ち破る。荒廃の大地に希望の光が戻った。レファンスは民衆の圧倒的な支持を得てセルセタ王朝を建国し、自ら初代国王となった。エルディーンより渡りし有力人たちも王となったレファンスを祝福し、彼に大いなる力の源太陽の仮面の守護を託す。レファンス王はその力によって一夜にして堅固な城塞都市を築き上げ、その中枢に位置する太陽の神殿に仮面を安置した。そしてその大いなる力を制御するために月の仮面を作り出した。セルセタ王朝は2つの仮面を守護し、その大いなる力の恩恵を受けることによって空前の繁栄を極めた。それは人間と有力人が協力し合う平和で友愛に満ちた時代の始まりであった。
After the cutscene, you'll get the Orb of Light. Once you have that, warp back to Libra Village.
やっと村に着いたわい。ティム、体の調子はどうじゃ？
大丈夫だよおじいちゃん。ほらこの通りさ。あれなんだか足が動かない。
おいティム、どうしたんじゃ？
おじいちゃん、足が動かないよ。
うわ、なんてことじゃ。ティムの足が石になっておるではないか。 さっきの魔物の毒が傷口から入ったんじゃな。この村に医者はおらんし、どうしたらいいんだ。
As you see, Jeff ends up being more of a pain because he ends up getting stuck in a solid cement type block. In order to free him, we'll have to talk to Dr. Flare. You may remember Dr. Flare was located in the Fire Village, so head back there and talk to him. Since you're able to use your warp magic, you instantly warp back to Libra where he can actually talk to Jeff. Head off screen and then enter back again. Talk to everyone here and eventually you'll find out that you need to get another item. After talking to him, you'll find out that you can get a raft by talking to an old guy in the village. If you previously try to talk to this guy, he'll just immediately kick you out of his house. However, to save Jeff, he'll give you a raft. While riding on the raft, you really can't control where it's going. It's going to go on its set path to take you where you need to go. Just be careful and walk around it trying to take out the enemies that try to fly at you. When you arrive here at the first area, walk up to the right and you'll see this weird symbol on the wall. Just remember where this is located because we'll have to come back here later in order to open up the area. Once you're done exploring that little bit, jump back on the raft and you'll now continue on to the next area that you actually need to go to.
お前はまだ俺たちをつけ回していやがったのか。
しつっこいやつだ。無駄なあがきだということがまだ分かっていないようだな。
ぶっ殺してやる。
ただ殺すんじゃ面白くないね。こいつにふさわしい死に方を思いついたよ。お前にぴったりの姿だよ。この時間をさまよったあげくり、のたれ死ぬがいい。
After running into our three favorite villains again, we end up getting transformed into a very weird squid-type monster. In this form, we can still attack enemies, so you can still gain experience while in this form. And as you can guess, our main goal here is to not only find the flower that we need to find, but also untransform from this weird form. The enemies here are really easy and they move slowly, so just build up a little bit of experience if you like while walking along this path. They do give a good amount, so it'll be easy to gain at least one level here. When you head in here, talk to the tablet and you end up getting the Tablet of Sorrow. Once you have that item, go back outside and I'm going to continue training a little bit to gain that extra level here. Once I've gained that level, head back inside and now go to the opening to the right. You'll end up running into Durin, who won't talk to you right now because he thinks you're a monster. So instead, continue up the stairs and fight the enemies here. This is actually optional at the moment, but this saves us from coming back here on a trip later on in the game. Inside this room, you'll find a corpse on the other end. Examine the corpse and you end up finding an orb.
ジークは圧倒的な軍事力を誇る大国ロムン帝国の力を借り太陽の仮面を手中にすべく侵攻を開始した。デファンスの築いた堅固な城塞都市はいかなる軍勢をもってしても破ることは不可能であるかに思えた。しかし悲劇はこの時始まった。太陽の仮面の唯一の制御装置月の仮面が魔導士ジークファクトの手に渡ってしまったのだ。ジークは月の仮面を用いて太陽の仮面に悪しき意志を植え付ける作戦を取る。これによって太陽の仮面は次第に暴走を始めセルセタの地に深刻な危機が訪れる。天変地異、飢餓、疫病、そして魔物の出現。追い詰められたご中心の末裔たちはついに最後の力を発動させる。暴走した太陽の仮面を封印するために都市の全てを地中深くへと沈めたのである。やがて異常発生した木々が国土の全てを覆い尽くす。セルセタの大地は広大な樹海に飲み込まれてしまったのである。そこにはかつての繁栄を忍ばせるものは何も残されてはいなかった。
我が使命は終わった。さあ行け、
悪しき者たちに太陽の仮面の封印を解かせてはならぬ。
With the Orb of Hope now in your possession, head back down the staircases and work your way back down to that main room where Durin was. Go past Durin and enter the entranceway to the left of him. Once here, walk along the path and eventually you'll come to a spring where you'll finally be healed of this weird form. Thankfully, by drinking the spring water, we're not only cleared of our weird form and go back to our normal human form, we also get full health. Continue along the path and eventually you'll come to a dead end. When you make it to that dead end, use your matak that we got earlier on in the game and you'll end up breaking through the wall. Once back outside, you'll be able to use your warp spell again, so warp back to Libra and talk to Dr. Flare. However, in order to actually make the medicine, you'll have to go back to his village, so you'll automatically be teleported back there. Here, I ended up not being able to figure out exactly how to get the thing made because I had to wait for so long from Dr. Flare. So, in order to actually get it to appear and made, you actually have to talk to the old woman here. Then, this guy ends up appearing next to the gate. Talk to Lemnos and he'll end up giving you some information, and then finally the item from Dr. Flare has been made. After talking to Dr. Flare and him examining the Tablet of Sorrow, you get teleported back to a previous village. Now you're back in the first town of the game. and you're actually going to be going back to Mania, the very first town from the first Ys game. In order to actually get on the boat, though, you'll have to stop by the bar first. Talk to everyone here, and then head back to the dock. Once on the dock, head all the way south and talk to this guy and you'll be able to get on the ship that's going back to Asteria. Head down below and talk to Dr. Flair and the ship will end up setting sail. After arriving back in Mania, you'll find out that the town is actually pretty much the same as it was in the first game. You'll also run into Dogi, your best friend, for the first time since the very beginning of the game. Also, while here, be sure to go to the shop and buy yourself the next armor as well as the next sword. The flame sword that we just equipped ended up being one of the best swords from the previous Ys games, but it's not the best one in this game. Head down here and talk to Lilia, our old friend from East 1.
やっと願いは叶いました。この木の下で待っていればいつかきっとあなたが来てくれる。そう信じて毎日ここに来ていたんです。あなたを引き止めるつもりなんてありません。元気でいてくれたらそれだけでいいんです。
After talking to her, head north and over to the right. Over here, you're in the next village of this area. Head all the way to the right and enter the house and talk to the old person inside. After talking to them, head outside the house and head over to the left and enter another house, the first one that we saw when we first entered. Then head north and enter the next house. Then go back down and talk to Luda Gemma. Luda gives you the silver harmonica, which you may remember also from East 1. While we're here, we're actually going to be going back to the final dungeon of East 1. However, it's vastly different from where we remember it from that game. Head inside this cave area and make your way all the way around, going up and down the stairs until you find your way out. Be sure though, while inside here, to grab the sacred cup. Enter the big opening at the end of the cave. You'll be in a pretty familiar place. Walk up to the two goddess statues and end up playing the harmonica, and it'll end up bringing them back to life.
樹海の伝承を思い返してください。私たちと同じように LD を逃れ、太陽の仮面とともにセルセタに渡った有力人たち。彼らの最後の子孫があのエルディール。彼は今地下深く封印された太陽の仮面を再び呼び覚まそうとしています。そしてその力を引き出すために必要なのが月の仮面なのです。月の仮面は700年前、魔導士ジークファクトの手によってセルセタ王朝より奪われ、彼と共にこのエステリアに渡りました。そしてジークは月の仮面の力を用いてダームを生み出したのです。2年前のダームの復活もその魔力によって生きながらえていた彼の仕業。そう、ジークファクトこそがあのダルクファクトの正体なのです。エルディールたちが必死で探している月の仮面、それを今あなたにお渡しします。隠された扉を見つけるマスク・オブ・アイズ。月の仮面とは実はそのマスクのことなのです。何としてもその仮面だけは守り抜いてください。アドゥンさん、誰か来ます。
They end up giving you the Mask of the Moon, which is one of the most important items in this game. You also find out while here that Lilia has been kidnapped. Again. So just like the first game, we're going to be having to save her as well. After making your way finally back outside of the cave, head back to the previous village and talk to the old person. You'll find out that you'll be going back to the final dungeon of East 1, Darm's Tower. So, after leaving the village, head north along the mountain path. After going along a very long path with no actual enemies and crossing a bridge, you'll be able to enter inside of Darm's Tower. Inside here though, there's a lot of enemies for you to deal with. These soldier enemies end up bringing a pretty good amount of experience at the early point of this tower. Once you've gained a level, head south and then to the right and up the giant staircase. Once you're outside of this area, you'll notice that it looks very familiar with all the columns that we had to deal with in the first East game. This is also a good area to stand because you can regain your health. I recommend regaining all the health that you lost while fighting those soldiers. The great thing about putting the previous dungeon from the first game in this one is that it's a lot easier than that one. You may remember that Darm Tower actually made up over half of the game in East 1. When you make it over here, equip the Mask of the Moon. This will open up a hidden passageway that you'll walk between of the two statues. Once outside of the area, de-equip it. Head down here and you'll get the Letter of Rabba. After reading the letter, re-equip the Mask of the Moon. This will allow you to get back outside of the area you just were. De-equip it and then continue over to the right past a few more guards and up another staircase. Inside the next area, enter the center room and head straight north and you'll find a fresh fruit. Once grabbing the item, head back south and go through the previous doorway and head back outside. Head back down to the previous floor and walk past the statues once again. Re-equip the Mask of the Moon and enter into that secret entranceway between the statues. Head back south and use the Matak on the crack in the wall to open it up. Inside here is where you'll find the idol that was talked about inside of the letter. With the idol, head south and you'll be able to enter the Mirror Maze, which you may remember from East 1. It's a little bit different here, it's a little bit easier, but just follow the path that I take and you'll have no trouble getting through. When you make it to the end, head up the stairs for a cutscene. At the top of the tower, you'll see Keith ends up getting transformed into Fact, who you also may remember. Don't worry though, this battle is impossible to win. So just do a little bit of damage as you can and just keep getting hit and eventually all your health will be drained and you'll get to another cutscene.
キースさんはもう大丈夫です。これ以上エステリアの人々の心を邪悪な者たちの好きにはさせません。私たちにできるのはここまでです。剣士アドルよ、あなただけが 最後の頼りなのです。
なんだ今のは。どうしたキス。立て。くそ。こうなったらこのガディス様が直々に相手してくれるわ。闇の一族の誇りにかけて貴様を生かしてこの塔から出さん。
It's now time for the real boss battle of Darm's Tower. As long as you've gained the levels that I pretty much have, you should have no trouble getting past this boss. You won't do a ton of damage to him, but as he flies around, you should be able to dodge a large amount of his projectiles. When an opening comes when he's charging one of his projectiles, do as much damage as you can to him. When he summons the sword, just be able to step away a couple of steps from him and you'll be able to dodge the sword attack that he dishes out. It's a pretty long fight, but overall ends up being one of my more favorite fights to deal with in the game. Once he's defeated, let your health replenish and you have another small cutscene.
Kiss さん、大丈夫ですか？アドルさん、どうもありがとうございました。キースさんも多分これで。
キス、リリア、無事だったか？
ドギさん。
お頭から聞いて急いで追ってきたんだ。一体何が起こったんだ？
もう大丈夫だよ。ガディスとかいう男に変な術をかけられて、それでみんなすまない。僕は心を司る神官の子孫だというのに、その心を操られるなんて。
もういいんです、キースさん。さあ、下に降りましょう。Once outside of Darm's Tower, you'll instantly teleport back to Libra. You can now save the little kid known as Tim. おじいちゃん。
おお、ティム、わしがわかるか。
当たり前じゃないか。大げさだな、おじいちゃんは。ずーっと動けなかったから退屈しちゃったよ。ちょっと遊んでこようっと。
これ待つんじゃ、ティム。危ないから村の外に出るんじゃないぞ。わかったな。まったく人の気も知らんで困ったやつじゃのう。まあ元気になって何よりじゃわい。フレア先生、 それにアドルさん、本当にありがとうございました。あなた方がいなかったら
とにかく間に合ってよかったよ。君はこれからどうするんだい？僕は
どけどけ、邪魔だ
ティム君は少し元気になりすぎたみたいだね。おや、
うわ、なんだこいつくぐったいなあ。ほら待て
おいティム君、待つんだ。言ってしまった。アドル君、ジェフさんたちには内緒でティム君を連れ戻してはくれないか。これ以上心配をかけたらかわいそうだからね。何、出て行ったばかりだからすぐに捕まるさ。
Once the cutscene is over, head to the left and head back out of town. Over here to the right, you're along this rocky path with a bunch of these ball enemies. This is another good place to gain a level, so while here, gain at least one level. After I've gained 2 levels, as well as completely replenished my health, walk past all these enemies and enter between the 2 trees at the very end. Once inside here, you'll see a cutscene and then you'll enter the next temple of the game.
あ、お兄ちゃん。わかった。僕を連れ戻しに来たんでしょう。そうはいかないよ。
After the cutscene with Tim running inside, walk up and talk to the door. Then enter inside and start to chase Tim down. Be very careful of the room filled with the fire traps. After Tim runs off with the monster, just run past them all and head down to the south. Thankfully, compared to some of the previous temples, this one ends up being a pretty much straightforward shoot. When you make it in here, you'll have to walk along a certain correct path so you don't end up getting too damaged by the fire. After exiting the room, walk over to the right to run into Tim again. After running around for a long period of time, you'll eventually run into Tim again. Head down these stairs and it seems like you've cornered him. However, he can still run away by using now teleporter pads. So we now have to teleport, but instead of going to his, walk to the one right below you. This can be a little bit of a pain, but just follow the path I do and you should be able to get through it. Once you make it here, head to the door in the upper right. Enter into this door and you'll end up falling down a pit. When you come to, you'll see that Tim and the creature are right next to you. After waiting for a little bit, you'll see Dogi ends up busting through and ends up saving you.
まったく情けねえな。心配になってエステリアからはるばる来てみりゃこのざまはなんだ。いやな、歯洗ってるのに水の村まで連れてきてもらったんだよ。そうしたらお前たちがこっちの方に向かったって言うから来てみりゃ、やっぱり俺がいないと。おじちゃん、誰？おめえだな。こんなところにアドルを連れ込んだのは。とにかく早いとこここから出ようぜ。静かにしねえが。さあ行くぞ。
After, thankfully, Tim is saved and Dogi ends up taking him back to the village, you can continue to explore this area. Walk over to the right and enter this doorway to find the heal ring. Now this ring allows you to heal at any time, even while inside of dungeons. And thankfully, it doesn't take up any of your MP. Head down here and you'll find another creature. However, this isn't the creature that Tim was hanging out with. Instead, it's now time for another boss fight. Thankfully, this is the first boss battle where we have our fire magic back. You can use this in order to directly damage him by firing in the center of him, in between his lightning shocks. As you can see, you can pretty much tell when he's getting ready to use the lightning, and it's really easy to dodge in and out of it. After a while, his two hands will become displaced and start floating around. His body is protected during this and you won't be able to hurt him. Stand in the middle of the screen and continue firing at him when his cape opens up. The two hands shoot out lightning and then come towards the center. If you're standing directly in the center, they won't be able to hit you. The problem is he does shoot out a giant projectile straight at you, which is probably going to hit you, but if you're lucky, you'll be able to dodge out of it because the lightning ends up stopping before the projectile shoots at you. Then, the two hands take turns firing projectiles while one of the other ones uses lightning. So just keep attacking them straight on when you can and dodge in and out of the three projectiles that's coming out of the other hand. It'll only probably take 3 or 4 cycles of this for you to actually drain all his health and defeat the boss. After he's defeated, we've now completed the first boss of the triad of evil that we've been fighting throughout the game. We also happen to get the Clarius shield, as well as we get our magic back. After defeating the boss, head over to the left and start heading up the stairs. Basically, we're going to be working our way back outside of this place. Once you're outside, use your warp magic and head back to the water village of Libra. Since we have our altar magic back now, we can travel the waters above this town without actually having to use the raft. So that's where we're going to be heading to now. Head to the north part of the town and jump right into the water and start making your way through. Once in the water, head over to the right and get on top of the second island. On this island is a treasure chest containing the battle armor. Once you have that, continue along the water and go back to that area, that cave, where the raft first stopped when we journeyed on it. Once back here, use the Mask of the Moon and you'll see that there's a secret entranceway located in the wall. Go inside in order to enter the next temple area. This temple ends up being pretty simple. Enter the waterway and skip past the first door and continue to the left, entering the doorway at the very far end. Travel along here and go into the door on the right, and then go down the stairs. Once you're down here, work your way around and eventually you'll come to a treasure chest containing the floodgate key. With that key now in your possession, continue back and you'll head back to the very beginning of this area. Just north of the water we entered is a stairway that leads down. Head down there and then enter down the next staircase that leads into the aqueduct area. Travel along this path and eventually you'll be able to use the key, the floodgate key, in order to unleash the water in this area. Once you finally make it out of all the water and take control of your creature once again, head to the north. Head back up the stairs, and this time now transform out of your creature form and go back to your normal human form. Then head down south and enter the now unfilled area of the aqueduct. After traveling through this area, you'll find the timer ring, which allows you actually to slow down time. After grabbing the ring, head back to the previous room over here and fight these enemies for a while to gain some levels. After getting some levels, stand here on the bank of the water in order to regain all your health. Then, equip your altar magic and jump inside the water. Right across to the far left side and go through the doorway here. Down here, walk over to the right and go up the large staircase in order to enter the next boss battle. Be sure to have your fire magic equipped before you enter. This boss battle has you facing off against two giant statues as well as a giant suit of armor. The statues are what you're going to be focusing your attack on. Continue firing directly at them while doing your best to dodge the projectile fire that they end up shooting out. It ends up being pretty easy to dodge this, so the first part of battle ends up being pretty simple. However, after a while, the screen will go dark after you destroy both statues. It's now time to actually attack the armor itself. During this fight, he has a few new moves that he's going to unleash on you. The worst being these jumping fireballs, which are pretty much impossible to dodge. He also shoots out this giant blue tornado, which ends up pushing you back and forth left and right. While inside of this, though, just try not to run into him directly, but you should be able to still attack him with a few hits. When he uses his boomerang-like abilities, this is a good opportunity to stand in the middle of the area and they should go around you. You can definitely tell why we gained the levels that we did while we were here, because this ends up being one of the toughest battles we've faced so far because he can do a lot of damage to you. Once he's taken care of though, you beat the next boss, gain your health back as well as your magic, and get a new magic spell. Now that we have the freeze magic, head back up the previous staircase. You want to work your way back through this area and exit back into the cave area that we were earlier. Once back in the cave area, use your warp magic to go back to the fire village. In the lava area we were at really early on in the game, there was a path that we didn't take because we were unable to get across. Head to here now. By using your freeze magic, you can actually freeze the path here and actually get a very crucial item, the Samson shoes. The Samson shoes end up being one of the best ways to train in the game. You move at a snail's pace while wearing them, but all enemies die in one hit. They can still hit you and do damage to you, but it's less likely they're going to actually be able to hit you. Once you have them, use your warp magic again and go back to the water village of Libra. Once back in Libra Village, head north and jump back in the water using your alternate form. We're now going to be going to a new part and falling down a waterfall again. Once we land at the bottom of the waterfall, head over to the right and get back on land. Re-equip your normal equipment along with the Samson shoes. You don't have to equip them right this second, but it's a good idea with the enemies here. It'll just make this a little bit easier. The worst part about, of course, using them, like I said earlier, is that you do move extremely slow, as you can now see. But everything dies instantly. When you make it over here to this open area with the grass patches and the dirt, you'll see a lot of enemies here. This is the area we're going to be training for a while. Once you've done a really good amount of training, now head north. Just north is another village. Inside this village, head north and talk to this old woman here. She's the woman who actually can mix stuff in the game, Banjo the Alchemist. She can only mix 5 heavenly elements, and they're pretty difficult to come by. However, you should only need 3 of them at most throughout the game. Just to the right of her is Auriga, the mayor of the town. She gives you permission to end up blowing up the wall. However, in order to make the black potion you need, you'll have to get 2 ingredients. The first one's going to be extremely easy to get. However, the other one will have to actually travel back to that fortress we went to very early in the game where we first got captured. So, head back to the fire village. Once back in the Fire Village, head directly north and you'll make it to the entranceway to that fortress. Once here, in order to actually get inside, re-equip the very early armor and shields and all that we got at the very beginning of the game. This will allow you to sneak right past the guards and you'll think you're just a member of the fortress. After traveling through the fort for a while and not having to face any of the enemies, you'll eventually come to a guy who will notice and actually realize who you are. He'll then summon the alarm. However, the enemies are just as easy as they would be at the very beginning of the game, so you don't have to really worry about fighting them. However, once the alarm has sounded, head back now to the first area we were here in the fortress. We'll now be able to head up these stairs for a cutscene with General Leo. Remember where his armor is, because you can actually come back here later in the game and get that armor that was sitting on the table. Once that cutscenes happen, head out here and start going to the south trying to chase down this knight who had ran away and hit off that alarm. Eventually you'll be able to corner him and he'll end up giving you the storehouse key which you need in order to get the kibi dust that we needed in order to create that black potion. Head inside the fortress and go back to the very first floor. Just to the right of the staircase that led to General Leo is the item we needed. Now that we have that item, we still need the other one, so we'll have to head to the Earth Village in order to buy it. Once here, go to the item shop and buy Batu Ash. Then head back to the Moon Village in order to actually mix them into the Black Potion. Once we have the black potion now in our possession, we can now continue on in the game. Head to the south of the village and get back to the main area, and this time head now to the right. When making your way over here, you'll eventually come to a dead end with lots of rocks that we need in order to blow up with the black potion that we got. Use the black potion and it'll explode and end up doing a pretty good amount of damage to you. After that brief cutscene, continue on to the north. I recommend before continuing on that you regain your health. Once you have your health back, continue over to the left and you'll see some new enemies along this path. Thankfully, with the levels we gained just a little bit ago, you should have no trouble defeating these guys. Just be very careful of the wizard enemies that appear randomly and end up shooting fireballs at you. If they appear directly on you, they can do a good bit of damage. Head north and use your freeze magic in order to freeze another pathway that we did in that previous fire area in order to get ourselves to the next temple. Head down to the south and then up the giant staircase just like we have in the other temples. However, when we talk to the giant slab above, we'll actually be teleported to another area instead of a boss fight right away. Here you'll have two different types of paths, ones where you're walking upside down and then ones where you're walking normally. You can use the teleporters on these areas in order to go between. Be careful here though that there's actually mimic treasure chests for you to fight. However, there's also ones that you actually have to open. The one we open here gives us the magic ring. After teleporting through this area enough, you'll eventually come to a teleport pad which will take you to the next area of this temple. Inside here is a very large area with a red background. The paths overlap each other and can get quite confusing, as well as there's one-way arrows. If you go past one of the arrows and the arrow is facing you, you won't be able to continue along that path and you'll have to go around and find another one. I recommend just following the path I take and you should be able to get to the end of it. Once you make it to the end, equip the items that you like and enter the teleport pad for a new boss fight. This boss has a good amount of attacks, the first one being the blue spheres that end up hitting you and end up after a few seconds exploding. They follow you around, so just wait for them to get relatively close to you, and after about 3 seconds of their appearing, just be able to walk slightly down or above them so they explode and end up not hitting you. You'll have to defeat this boss once again with the fire spell. Also remember that any of the spells in the game, for the most part, the freeze and the fire ones you actually use to attack, can be charged up. However, I really don't recommend charging them up because they are pain, they end up causing you to get hit a lot more, and they don't do really any more damage than just the normal fire. Thankfully, there's a few times during this boss fight that he just stands there floating for a good amount of time, giving you a lot of ample opportunity to unleash a lot of fireballs at him. Once he's defeated, we gain some experience, health back and all, and then we get another magic spell. We get the Seeker Magic. Now the Seeker Magic ends up doing the same thing as the Mask of the Moon. However, you'll find out why that's important in just a little while. Head back to the previous village and you'll find that it's actually been destroyed. After the cutscene and getting your mask stolen, use the Seeker Magic to open up a cave just slightly above where you'll find all the villagers of the town. Tell the guy on the far left, who is Auriga, the mayor of the town, and he'll end up opening up the path so you can continue on. Lafant's tomb is an area that we'll be going to a few times in the game, and now that it's opened up you'll see it for the first time. Once inside the area using the gold statue, talk to the giant statue above.
アドル・クリスティ、よくぞここまでたどり着いた。我こそはセルセタの守護者にして大いなる力の監視者レファンズ。今お前が立っているのは樹海の遥か地下深く、古代セルセタ王朝の都エルドランの内部。太陽の仮面はこの都に封じてある。邪悪なる者たちはその本当の恐ろしさも知らずに封印を解こうとしている。思い描くがいい。有力人の王国エルディーンが大海に沈み、この地が樹海に覆われる原因となったその力。有力人が月の仮面を用いて太陽の仮面に語りかけた時、力は呼び覚まされる。今のエルディールがその力を手にしたなら、地上の全ては焦土と化すに違いない。この杖を受け取るがよい。光のオーラが全ての攻撃を跳ね返すだろう。6つの魔法はここに揃っている。だ、今のお前の力では闇に打ち勝つことは難しい。お前の持つ魔法の力、我が正義の意志を授けよう。アドル、湖畔の遺跡に急げ。何としても太陽の仮面復活を阻止するのだ。
After the cutscene with Lafont is over, head down to the right and enter the statue. This will take you to another forest-like area. In here, head over to the left and you'll run into Durin again.
久しぶりだな、アドル。俺だよ、デュレンだよ。あれからずっと奴らの動きを探ってたんだが、どうやらこの先の湖畔の遺跡で何かは始める気らしいぜ。魔物たちもどんどんあそこに集まってきてるしな。それとさっきあの有力人が人間の女を抱えて遺跡に向かって飛んでいくのを見たんだ。遠くてよく見えなかったが、あれはリーダだったような。とにかく気をつけていってくれ。
After the cutscene with him, head north into this big open field area. As you can probably guess, this is another opportunity where we're going to be using the Samson shoes to defeat a lot of enemies and gain levels. While it does seem that we're doing a lot of grinding, like I said, that's unfortunately just what you have to do in order to get through the game. Once your training has been complete, de-equip the Samson shoes. Once you de-equip the shoes, head north and use your Ultra Magic and talk to the guy that we met earlier on in the game. And just like that first time, Robin will also need an item here. And just like that first time, it's really easy to get that item. Stay in your altered form so you don't have to really deal with the enemies since we've already done our leveling here, and head south into the forest. Walk along the path to the south and eventually you'll find an item laying there in front of one of the trees. This ends up being the Yug Bud. Once you have that, head back north and talk to Robin again. After talking to Robin this time, he'll say that he doesn't have really anything to give you, so instead he'll just be your friend and join up with you. So now if you want to stay in altered form, you can walk around with him and he'll defeat all the enemies. However, you won't be able to continue. So change out of your altered form and head through the doorway that he was blocking. Now it's time for some really important cutscenes before we get to the next boss. Next up is our big showdown against one of the main bosses of the game, Bammy. Now she turns into this giant form, and once again you have to use your fireballs to attack her. You'll notice here that when we actually went to Lafron's tomb, he upgraded our magic, so now it looks a little bit different. As long as you've gained a good amount of levels, you shouldn't have too much trouble with her, but you have to be very careful of the giant amount of fire that she shoots out. This fire, when it moves along like a giant flamethrower, if you land in it and you keep getting hit multiple times, it drains your health really fast. Always step out of the way of the lightning balls as they fall from the ceiling and form a giant string of lightning up to the top. Then, when she goes back to the flamethrower, when you get the opportunity to sneak in hits, be sure to take them. If for some reason the flamethrower catches up to you and traps you in a corner, run away quickly. You're gonna get hit, but it's better than just standing there taking a lot of hits. Once Bambi's taken care of, we have some more cutscenes that are going to be pivotal to the game's story.
「死の底深く封じ込められし太陽の仮面よ、今こそ我が呼びかけに応え、その姿を現すのだ!」待っていたぞこの時を。 我が願いがついに現実のものとなったのだ。
エルディール様。
復活した太陽の仮面とこの素晴らしい都のために今ここに生贄を捧げようぞ。リーザ、協力してくれ。お前の血が必要なのだ。グルーだ、貴様。
ご苦労だったな、エルディール。お前をやるのは力を使い果たした今しかないからな。なぜ今まで黙ってお前に従ってきたのか考えたことはなかったのか。我ら闇の一族の目的はただ一つ。太陽の仮面の力を利用し我が一族の王アレム様を復活させることなのだ。そうとも知らずに我らに力を与えてくれたお前には心から感謝しているよ。アドル、お前が持っていた剣の切れ味は抜群だったよ。そこで指をくわえて見ているがよい。この地上がアレム様の前に焼き尽くされるのをな。リー
ザ、今さら言えたっきりではないが許してくれ。私が間違って。
エルディール様、死なないで。エルディール様。
ついに我々が700年の間守り続けてきた封印は解かれてしまった。
その有力人を攻めてみてももはや何の解決にもならない。残る道はただ一つ。復活しつつあるアレムと共に太陽の仮面をこの地上から永遠に葬り去ることだ。
しかしそのためには第7の魔法を手にせねばならない。太陽の仮面に対抗しうる唯一の魔法、エルドラン。それはかつて太陽の仮面自身が作り出した究極の魔法。
アドルよ、古代都市に向かうのだ。そしてこの災いに終止符を打ってほしい。
エルディールよ、行きましょう。仲間たちの待つ安らぎの世界へ。もうあなたは孤独ではありません。あの方はずっと一人ぼっちでした。結局私はあの方の心の中には入れなかったんです。最後まで。ハドルさん、ラパロの村に帰りましょう。私を連れて行ってください。
We now see that our main focus of the game has really begun, as the Gold City has been risen with the sacrifice of Eldil. We now have to travel to the Gold City and try to stop this new invasion from really happening. You can also see that we have a pretty good amount of our main equipment now for the rest of the game. However, we still need to get the next sword, as well as we do have one last set of equipment that I mentioned earlier, and that's General Leo's equipment that we can get in just a little while. It's now time to head into the Gold City itself, which is the final dungeon of the game. but just because I'm saying it's the final dungeon doesn't mean it's not a very vast and large dungeon for us to go through. So we still have a while to go through the game.
無事だったか。よくわかんねえけど、これも闇の一族の仕業なんだろう。魔物たちもますます増えてくるし、もう黙って見ちゃいられねえよ。俺も一緒に戦うぜ。さあ、行こう。
Thankfully, we meet up with Dogi, who's going to come along with us to help us out as we travel through the beginning parts of this area. As we go up to this locked door in the beginning of the ancient city, we run into an old friend.
この門から入るしかなさそうだな。でもどうすれば開くんだろうな。めんどくせえ。こんなもんぐらいこのドギ様がぶち破ってやる。さらー！危ねえじゃないか。誰だこんな真似しやがったのは。
こりゃ悪かった。我々を出し抜いてこの都に入ったりするからだ。古代の財宝は全てこのレオ様が、いやロムン帝国が押収する。お前たち死にたくなければそこを動くなよ。兵士たちを突撃だ。邪魔だ。どけ。
General Leo and his soldiers are determined in order to find this ancient treasure, so we'll be seeing them quite a bit during the beginning parts of the Gold City. Inside the city itself, watch out for a lot of the enemies as they move pretty quickly. One recommendation is you could use the Samson shoes to help you out, and we will be using them, but a little bit later on in the dungeon. We shouldn't need too much experience or level gaining at this very moment. Enter inside this door for another cutscene with General Leo. Even though the two gargoyle statues guarding the door destroy his cannon and soldiers, he doesn't care and he continues on. Now that he's down to only 4 troops left as well as himself, even going through this giant thing of fire, he continues marching on for that treasure. This area is extremely difficult. Be sure to save before stepping on the giant fire floor. You have to make it through along with guiding Dogi. If either one of you gets hit by any of the fire, it's instant death. If Dogi gets hit and dies, the game is over either way. Once you make it through, we have another cutscene with a treasure chest and General Leo. After you fall down and awaken, as you find out that General Leo's troops are all taken out and it's only him left, we now have to travel through and get back up to the top floor. During this area, some of the enemies can take a good amount of hits, but just walk past them for the most part and head up the stairs. After traveling through, you'll once again have to go through the fire room, going through the panels and making it to the top area where General Leo is. Just be very careful, though this time's a lot easier since you don't have to worry about Dogi getting hit by the fire. Wait for the right opportunities and move through as quick as possible. You don't want to hesitate even for half a second, as that may mean you end up dying. In the next room, be very careful of the floor. Any of those circles hit you, you end up getting pulled back down to the basement below. So get a group of them to form up in the corner and then run past them all to the north to meet up with Dogi again.
Oh, これか。これが古代より伝わりし財宝なのか。なんと何も入っていないではないか。財宝などどこにもないではないか。俺は何のために欲望ばかりを追求していた。これが報いか。
Now that General Leo has met his unfortunate demise, we have to continue on through the city. In the next room, Dogi will help you out by using his head at the right time in order to break down this wall.
このドギ様も足止めしよったってそうはいかねえぜ。さあアドル、先を急ごうぜ。あべ俺としたことが無事踏んじまったぜ。に心配はいらねえよ。これ式の怪我。これ以上は一緒に戦えねえよ。アドル、
すまねえが、カーナの伝書鳩を呼んでくれねえか。助けを呼ぶ手紙を書くぜ。大丈夫だ。先に行ってくれ。
With Dogi taken out, it's now just down to Adol as we continue to travel through. At this point in the game though, with General Leo taken out, you can go back to his area and get the armor of his. However, in order to get it, you actually need 2 items. Once again, you'll have to buy some more of that ash like we did before, but you also need a new item. To get that item, you'll have to summon Roos outside of the first town of the game. However, 1 out of every 5 or 6 times is when he's actually going to have the item. Most of the time when you summon him, he won't give you anything other than maybe a letter from Karna. I'll show this later on in the game, but I'm telling you about it now because this is the earliest point you can actually get it. If you go and get it now, you'll have to travel back here and go all the way through it. So that's why I'm just going to continue on for right now. During this entire segment, equipping the Samson shoes really helps out as the enemies are extremely fast. So this ends up protecting our health overall, not making us lose too much of it, as well as giving us experience as we travel through. Outside here, when you exit out the door on the right, enter to the door on the left. This area is definitely confusing, and since we have Samson shoes equipped, it's moving rather slowly. But for the most part, following what I do, you should be able to make it through here. When you've made it back down to this floor where you can see the pink tiling, you know that you're actually progressing, you've made it a little bit farther. However, there's still a bunch of dead ends, and even though I play this several times, I still end up going down the wrong areas sometimes. This area is quite long, and the shoes are going to make it a lot longer, but trust me, it's worth it to wear the shoes. Finally, after going through a ton of different twists and turns, we finally come to the door that we need to go through in order to make it to the next boss battle. I quickly just kill a few more enemies just to gain that extra little level I needed right there, but now it's time to equip the heal ring in order to regain all my health. You want to make sure you have full health before facing off with this boss. If any of the soldiers get in your way, that's why I kept the Samson shoes equipped. That way I can run into them and take them out in case they try to get in my way. Once you have your full health, de-equip the Samson shoes, equip the items that you'd rather have equipped during this boss battle, and then get ready to walk through the door. We now have to battle against the two gargoyle statues. These gargoyle statues, since you can attack either one of them with the fire magic, they're not too bad. When they're both going like this up and down the left and right sides, this is a great opportunity to stand right below one of them and do a lot of damage. Also, standing on the left or right while they're doing the big charge up in the middle is another good opportunity to launch in a lot of shots. When they're using their projectiles that slowly try to chase you around, just keep moving and you should be able just barely to escape the hits that they may give you. When they're doing the big charge up in the middle, right before it explodes, be sure to take a couple of steps away from the gargoyle so that when it goes off, it doesn't hurt you. Because that one can do a lot of damage to you, and that's the biggest way to lose this fight. Thankfully though, they really don't have too many moves, and this ends up being a rather easy boss battle, especially in comparison to some of the ones we've already done. Once it's done, regain all your energy and continue up to the north. Up here we get ourselves the seal key. With that key in our hands, now head back south through the previous door. Once back outside, I recommend once again equipping the Samson shoes. It'll take us a while to get through here, but it just ends up being a heck of a lot easier and saves us the headache of accidentally dying during this segment. After traveling through a ton of different floors, lots of winding different hallways and stuff, you'll finally get back out to the main area right around where we left Dogi the first time. We can now climb up the giant staircase that's available here and open up the sealed door. Once inside here, we realize that we're in Lafrance's tomb. This is the same area the statues took us to earlier on in the game, and we can talk to the spirit of Lafrance once again. After talking to him, head over to the left side. We'll have to go both through the left and right sides of this area of Lafrance's tomb. Start off by going through the left and start working your way through. However, when you make it out here, these blue demons are fantastic for gaining experience. As you can see at the moment what level we are, we take them out with only one hit and they give us 100 experience. So gain a few levels here before continuing. After gaining your levels, head through the door that was just south of where we came in. Inside here, there's some more of those enemies. Let's start off by opening up the doors. When you make it to the third door, you'll open it up with the seal key and use a teleporter to take you to another big area. This place is quite confusing. Though I use the seeker magic here, it's actually not necessary to see the area that you need to go to. Unfortunately, I just made that mistake and used it a little bit prematurely from when I actually had to. There is another teleporter that ends up taking you right back to the center of the room, which can definitely be annoying. However, traveling down here, you'll open another door with a seal key, and you'll come to another door. When you make it here, be sure to heal up on your items, and now, once again, fight these green things here in order to gain some more levels. I know it seems annoying that we're gaining a ton of levels, but trust me, like I said, we need it, and we're nearing the end of the game. So we only have a handful of more levels that we actually have to get in order to actually max out our stats. Once you leveled up some, equip your normal equipment that you prefer to have during each fight. I really recommend having the shield magic equipped during this. It does use up your MP rather quickly, but it's going to really help you out when you're fighting this boss. And for those who have played previous East games, you'll notice this boss battle right off that it's actually a repeat of a previous final boss. Having the shield magic equipped will definitely help you out. As you can see, you won't take any damage until your MP runs out. So use that, and anytime he forms solidly, attack him as much as you possibly can before he ends up teleporting away again. With the amount of levels we gained here, we're doing a lot of damage when we walk into him, so it helps out a lot. His projectiles and movements are really hard to dodge. You can try to do your best, but for the most part you're going to take a lot of damage, which is why I recommended using the shield magic at the beginning of the fight. If you have over half his health depleted by the time your shield magic runs out, you should have no problem being able to get the final hits in that you need to beat him before you end up dying. Thankfully, like all previous boss battles, you get your full health and magic back after you beat him. Once he's defeated, go back to the teleporter and head south back through the previous door. Be sure as soon as the battle's over to de-equip your shield magic so you don't use a lot of your MP. Once back outside of the area, continue over to the left if you like to take out some more enemies. However, our main goal is actually going to be heading back to Lafronte's tomb. Traveling up here though, you'll fight some more enemies, but in the end you'll end up running into a dead end. Head down all the staircases and walk your way around the path and you'll come to a teleporter. Using the teleporter will take you back to the previous area that was kind of like a maze. In order to actually get through here though, work your way around and eventually you'll come to an area that you can enter and fall down a hole. After falling down the hole, when you regain control of Adolf, you can actually work your way backwards and get back to Lafronte's tomb. An easier way in order to get back there though is I think you can use the warp magic once you get back outside of the main castle area. Inside it though, I don't think you're actually able to use the warp magic. Once back here, instead of going to the left area again, instead head now through the right opening. This area can be a pain and you'll need to use your Seeker magic in order to open up secret passageways so you can find and walk your way through. Our main goal here is to find two bracelets, the silver and the gold bracelet. These allow us to talk to statues of the same color as the bracelet, and it teleports us to another statue of the same color. You'll have to find these bracelets and the correct statues in order to work your way through. Thankfully, after that boss fight, we got a lot of our magic back, so you should have plenty of MP to use in order to actually use the Seeker magic a lot of times. This area can get quite confusing, so just be sure to follow the path I take in order to actually find the locations of the two bracelets. After moving some walls out of the way by hitting the correct buttons, you'll find the silver bracelet. In order to talk to the statue though, you have to have it equipped, so be sure to use it in your item selection so you can actually go to the statue. When you make it around here, head south and go down these stairs. After going all the way to the bottom of the staircase, you'll come to a door which will take you to a room very similar to the previous boss fight. However, inside here is just a treasure chest that contains the gold bracelet. With the gold bracelet now in our possession, we can actually use the gold statues to teleport as well. So use the correct statues and move yourself around this large area in order to find the next place that you need to go. After traveling for a while, you'll come to another one of those rooms where walls you'll have to press the buttons in order to get them to move. However, this one's a little bit more complicated than the previous one where we only had to move 2. You'll have to move several ones here in order to make the path open so you can get through and get to the next doorway. Once you're able to make it out of that room, you'll be in a large room with a lot of enemies. This is a good place to train in case you didn't gain that many levels earlier on. Head up these staircases and equip your items that you want, so you get ready for the next big boss fight. I once again recommend using the shield magic to help you fight this next boss.
やはりやってきたか。ガディスを倒し、バミーをも退けたお前の力には敬意を表す。もしかすると我々はアレム様の怨念によってここまで動かされてきたのかもしれない。だが闇の時代が訪れるのならそれで本望だ。さあかかってこいアドル。お 前の首をアレム様の前にさらしてくれるわ。行くぞ。
Now it's time to battle the boss of the triple threat, Garuda. Now Garuda's been chasing us the whole game and been a thorn in our side, and now it's finally time to give it to him. Anytime he lands or is standing still is a good opportunity to land and hits to him. You can't use your magic, you actually have to walk into him in order to damage him. The best opportunity is when he disappears off screen, he's going to come crashing down in a spot. Dodge him when he crashes down, and be sure that when he jumps backwards, walk into him a couple of times to do some good damage. When he's in his silhouette form, you won't be able to hurt him at all. When he makes a line of boomerang-like projectiles, be sure to keep walking in a good direction away from him, and they should just barely bypass you when they come flying towards you. Once Garuda is taken care of, walk up the staircase, grab the item, and then go back to Lafront's tomb. Once back in Lafront's tomb, go up to the main statue and talk to the spirit of Lafront again.
待ちかねたぞアドル。今こそ第7の魔法エルドランの封印を解こう。今やクレリアは最強の魔法金属エルドランへと姿を変えた。これぞ第7の魔法の力。その装備をして初めて太陽の仮面を打ち砕くことができよう。さあ行くがよい。アレムの眠る太陽の神殿へ。
Lafront's upgrades our entire equipment, and now it's time for really the final trek of the game. However, before we head there, we're going to go and actually get that set of Leo armor that I mentioned earlier. At this point though, the gold armor is the best armor in the game, but I figure for completion's sake, I might as well show getting Leo's armor. First, head back here and buy yourself another set of Batu Ash. Once you have that, go back to the fire village of Arida. I'm going to go to the shop and be sure to buy myself an elixir. The elixir is a great and very useful item that you don't need to have selected in your item screen, but when you run completely out of health, it's going to completely replenish all your health when you die. This doesn't count as a death or anything, and you actually can fight the boss with technically 2 health bars. This is very useful when we have the final boss coming up. Now travel to the first town of the game, head north, and summon Roos. Usually the first time you summon him with the wind flute, he's going to give you a letter the first time. This is a letter from Karna that usually tells you what's been going on since the last bit of time since you last got a letter. This is a large amount of letters in the game that you can actually get, but this is the last one that you actually can get. After getting the letter, you can't summon the bird again at the same spot. He'll stay there till you summon him somewhere else. So go back to a previous area, probably a fire village, and go right outside that fire cave entrance. That's another place where Roos can perch. Go there and summon him there. He probably won't have an item for you here, but just summon him anyway. Try to talk to him, he may have an item. And then go back to the first town. Once back at the first town, head north and use the flute again to summon Roos here. If you're lucky, he'll give you the item that we need. If for some reason he doesn't have the Yam root here, you'll have to go back to the outer area and come back and keep summoning them over and over again until you're actually able to get the Yam root. Once you have that, go back to the fire village, which is actually where Banjo and some of the other villagers from the town that got destroyed head to. When you're back here, talk to Banjo, who's located in the upper right corner of the village. You'll want to mix the two items that we have, the Batuas and the Yam root, and that'll get you the clear potion. Once you have the clear potion in your possession, head north of the town and then head back to the fortress. Once back here, use the clear potion to go invisible and walk right past the guard. You may think, why couldn't I just equip the previous armor and all from the very beginning of the game? It won't work at this point. Once you have it, I'm just going to equip it to use the last little bit of it as I go through the final dungeon just to use some of it. But on the actual final boss, you must use the gold armor. Before heading back to Lafront's tomb, I'm gonna go to the medical facility and completely replenish my health and magic. Then I'll use one more warp spell to go back to Lafront's tomb. Once here, head in the upper right door, and then go through the door that's now accessible right north of the door we go through. After a cutscene, we'll be in the final area of the game. Once you enter inside, be sure to immediately equip the Mask of the Moon. If you do not have this equipped, your health will start to drain instantly, and in actually a couple of seconds, your health will completely deplenish. Thankfully, this whole area is extremely straightforward, so just walk through all the floors covered with Quaker oatmeal until you make it to the very end of it. Unfortunately, this area we can't use the Samson shoes, so they won't be too much use to us here during the final bit of training that we're going to have to do. Out here is right at the entrance of the final boss battle of the game. This is a great area because you can actually unequip the Mask of the Moon and equip something else, including we can also equip our heal ring here in order to completely replenish our health. Right in the previous room to this, that last hallway, is the final area where we're going to train our last few levels before facing the final boss. So here's our last spot where we're going to gain our last few levels. I'm going to be gaining 2 levels and then using the fruit that we got earlier on in Darn's Tower, in which case it instantly gives you a free level. So you can train up to level 49, then use it to get right to 50. I would actually recommend using it once you get to 48, because the gap between 48 and 49 is a lot bigger than the gap between 49 and 50. But either way, once you get to level 50, it'll be time for the final boss. Once you've gained your levels, equip the heal ring and completely replenish your health. Be sure to use your Rota Fruit if you like in order to completely replenish your magic as well. Be sure to equip the Mask of the Moon and all your gold armor before entering. I also recommend using the Power Ring and the Shield Magic. Enter at the door in the top, and it's time for the final boss battle of the game. Without having the Mask of the Moon equipped and the gold armor, you won't be able to do any damage to the final boss. This final boss has 3 forms to him, so just because you think the first form's easy, doesn't mean the other 2 are necessarily that easy. For the first form, he flies around hovering, launching out a lot of projectiles. 2 of them, the giant lightning balls, are pretty easy to dodge because they move sporadically, and the ones he fires straight out at you just end up going south, so as long as you're above them, you won't get hit. His third and final projectile also kind of go out of him sporadically in a wave-type pattern that's also relatively easy to dodge. So you may be thinking this fight's easy. However, when his health starts to get low, he replenishes it by going into the center of the screen. You can't prevent him from healing, but if you're able to completely drain all his health before he ever heals, then you can actually stop him from healing, but that's the only way. He's going to keep doing this several times, so it'll probably use up most, if not all, of your shield magic. Thankfully though, even though he can heal a lot of times, the battle doesn't get any harder. But you want to conserve a good amount of your health, because remember, he has 2 more forms after this. But thankfully, since we got the elixir, we do technically have 2 health bars to battle him with. After he heals dozens of times and we finally defeat the first form, he moves on to his second form. This form is definitely tougher than the first one because his moves can hurt you a lot more. However, the good thing about it is, he can't heal. His projectile is he shoots out a beam that starts off as a circular beam and then spits out machine gun fire in a circle around them. The good thing is though, if you're farther away from it, you should be able to dodge in between two of those shots. He'll then summon fireballs from the ceiling that come crashing down, which can be a little bit troublesome to dodge. His final move is he unleashes a big swords type swipe that'll come out as a wave going south. As long as you're not directly in front of it, you shouldn't get hurt by it. Just keep doing as much damage as you possibly can, conserving as much of your health as you can, and if you have to use your elixir during this fight, don't worry, the final form isn't as tough as this one. Once he's done, he transforms into his third and final form. In order to fight this form, he has 3 spheres on the left, center, and right side of him. You have to attack them while he's dealing out his other attacks. You can only hurt him, of course, when one of the spheres appears. However, his only move is a giant beam that comes out of his mouth and goes around the left or right side of the screen. However, hiding in the left or right corner, it'll never be able to hit you. So just wait for him to stop that, and then once that goes away, run down and quickly attack one of the spheres. So when you see him building up for another one of those big blasts, just be sure to get far away from it because it will pretty much kill you in 1 or 2 shots. It does a ton of damage and does so very, very quickly. You'll notice with the health bar though that each sphere has its own separate health bar. So it can take a while sometimes in actually order to drain all those spheres in order to destroy one. He can't resummon them though, so once one's destroyed, it's destroyed for good. This fight will take a while, but just take your time and stay out of the reach of his fire because this is the end of the game and you don't want to have to redo the final boss. When you deliver the final hit, he's defeated and you can sit back and enjoy the pretty good ending to Ys 4 Dawn of Ys.
全ては終わった。大いなる力は本来あるべき時空の彼方へと回帰したのだ。古の我が都は間もなく消滅する。使命を終えた我々の魂と共に。
無事だったのね。
ああ、浮かんできたばっかりだってのに、もうなくなっちまったな。
これで全てが終わったのですね。いいえ、違うわ。過去の呪縛から解き放たれたこれからが私たちにとっての本当の始まり。
そうだとも。あんなものがいつまでも残ってたら危なっかしくて寝てもいられねえぜ。これでいいんだよ、これで。
アドルさん、村に戻りましょう。みんなあなたのことを心配してるはずよ。
俺はここに残って復興を手伝うことにするぜ。過去の話とはいえ同じ一族の出身者としてなんだか責任感じちまってな。昔から闇の一族ってのは人々から意味嫌われ、どこにも安住の地がなかったんだよ。確かに奴らのやり方は間違っていた。だがその気持ちだけは分かるような気がするんだ。
アドル君、このビル君が一人前になるまでは私もここにとどまることにするよ。
お兄ちゃん、また一緒に遊ぼうね。あれ、なんだか気乗りしないみたいだね。そんなことじゃ冒険家とは言えないよ、なんちゃって。
私を覚えていますか？ウェヌスの村でお会いしましたね。この子を見てください。額にあった賢者の刻印が消え、元の赤ん坊に戻ったんです。これからは普通の親子として暮らしていきます。
あなたにはどんなにお礼を言っても足りないわね。これからは犠牲になった多くの人たちの分まで頑張って生きていくわ。いつかまたこのセルセタを訪ねてください。その時はきっと笑顔で迎えられると思います。どうかお元気で。あなたのことは忘れません。
そろそろ陸地が見えてくる頃だ。あそこには俺のふるさと。
今日はこの辺にしておきましょう。
もっと聞きたいよ。ねえねえ、次のお話は？
また今度読んであげますよ。まだまだたくさんの冒険がありますからね。
今読んでよ。
ごめんなさいね、みんな。そろそろ夕食の支度をしなければ。
So at the very end of the game, you see a snow-covered village with snow coming down as you find out the whole story of the game was being told as a storybook. In case you're wondering, the very end there, the mother says that there's lots of more stories to tell from the book and that she'll read some more later, which pretty much just tells you that there's lots more adventures for Adol to go on. I really enjoyed Ys 4 Dawn of Ys, and it's one of my favorites because I love the entire series of Ys games. Well, I still think 3 is my favorite, and it kind of holds a special place, even though most Ys fans think it's the worst of the series. I do think Ys 4 was a great addition, and also was a good sequel to the first 2 games that were also available on the TurboGrafx CD. While I've also played both versions of Ys 4, including also the PS2 version, which was a remake of Mask of the Sun, which also was vastly different than even the Super Nintendo version of the game, I do find that this version is overall more enjoyable. And that may be me just being a little bit biased. I think the music's overall a lot better because the TurboGrafx CD could produce better music, as well as I do think actually the graphical style is a little bit better than Mask of the Sun. However, that game is still a very good game, and it's one I'll be doing in the future for sure. Like I mentioned at the very beginning of this video, be sure to pull up the text guide that I put in the description of the video so you can actually see all the translated dialogue that's in all the voice acting scenes. This way you can obviously get a much better telling of the game and follow along with it so you can see exactly what's being said at each cutscene. And it may just be me, but playing the game multiple times and only having the voice acting in Japanese for a long time, not reading the translations, I was still able to follow along for the most part what the storyline was and what was going on with it without hearing the voice acting. At the end of the game, we get to see the copyright of 1993 from Hudson Soft and Falcom, and then we go to our end screen with a large tree covered in snow. I think this is an absolute beautiful end screen, and it's a great way to end the whole game on one last beautiful shot of the game. But with that, it's going to wrap up this edition of Play It Through. I'd like to thank you for watching, and of course, I hope you enjoyed.